paradise. And then...
Eve. Now. Come no closer. No closer, I say.
What happened here? The map for this place now refers to it as an abyss, a place mired in frenzy, forbidden by the horn scent. Interestingly, the word the Japanese use to describe this place is naraka, which essentially is the Buddhist hell. They're describing this place as a world of great suffering, torture, and torment. But before this, it was a sanctum, a private hideaway for the sage Midra and the horn scent who received him. Midra himself has no visible horns, yet I'd still consider him to be one of the horn scent's brethren. After all, many of his fellows have horns. His manse was built with spiral pillars, and spirals are an important symbol to the horn scent, and he presumably observed horn scent customs at the church in the sanctum, which itself bears divine beast iconography. That said, the church is about as far away from Midra's manse as can be in this place, so perhaps religion wasn't so important to those in the sanctum, geographically isolated as they were from the rest of the realm. Indeed, in contrast to the deep spirituality that we witness in other horn-scent domains, I'd argue that Midra's manse was uniquely a place of discussion and learning. For example, countless books once adorned these bookshelves, and as per this site of grace, the manse once had a discussion hall where knowledge could have been shared. Not to mention, Midra is renowned as a great sage, a title that could only belong to a man who was profoundly wise. But when we arrive at the manse, most books aren't on their shelves. Instead, in most cases, they're in piles and have been burned, seemingly deliberately. So, who did this? If I had to guess, I think it might have been the Horn-Scent Inquisitors. As we'll get into later, the Horn-Scent Inquisitors were a powerful force that invaded Midra's sanctum to stamp out the frenzy that had taken root here, and they do carry live flames which enable their fire breath attacks. So, if books were being intentionally burned in this place of learning, then maybe it was for a reason. Maybe Midra and this remote sect of curious Horn-Scent discovered something that they shouldn't have. Maybe they discovered the knowledge that led to frenzy. But is there an overlap between frenzy and knowledge in Elden Ring? Well, let me try and argue that there is, using Bloodborne as an analogue. Frenzy in Elden Ring is largely synonymous with frenzy in Bloodborne. The systems share a name, status mechanics, and both games now even have frenzy-inducing enemies called Winter Lanterns. In terms of lore though, they're a little bit different. In Bloodborne, frenzy is the symptom that afflicts those who acquire incomprehensible knowledge or insight about the world, sending them mad as a result. Whereas in Elden Ring, frenzy more commonly crops up in those who experience severe suffering and despair. With their eyes aflame, they share that frenzy with others. That said, I still think that suffering and despair in Elden Ring does reveal a somewhat eldritch truth about the world. Namely, that suffering and despair are this intrinsic part of the world's order on a cosmic level. Look at Marika's minor Erd tree that she left behind in her village, for example. It is only the kindness of gold, without order, which, like many other things, seems to suggest that order cannot exist without suffering and despair. So, I don't think it's a stretch to think that Midra and the Horn-Scent of the Manse, dedicated to learning and discussion, could have stumbled upon such a disturbing truth about the world, especially since that truth has to do with the three fingers and the two, and there's evidence that the denizens of the manse were surreptitiously researching the fingers. Behind a portrait of Midra are three odd shapes with orange cloth draped over them, and underneath are fingers. These are the same fingers and stones that can be found in the finger ruins, and incidentally, the finger ruins of Rhea are adjacent to the abyss itself. Shout out to Zlovsky on Twitter, who separated the models so we could get a closer look at these. In the end, though, how Frenzy took root in Midra's sanctum is open to speculation. Maybe I'm wrong, and it had nothing to do with their research. Maybe the fingers under these covers were never meant to be discovered by us. Or maybe the frenzy of Midra's manse had more to do with the woman in this portrait, who stands over Midra with a curious smile. We'll get into that more later. But first, what is frenzy? What eldritch truth does it reveal, and what does that have to do with the fingers? To answer that, we're going to have to go back further in Elden Ring's timeline than we ever have on this channel, to the cosmic, metaphysical origins of life.
All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
These words were spoken by Hayata, finger maiden with 3 fingers, who divines their words. Let's break these lines down. So, everything in the world of Elden Ring is said to have come from the One Great. The One Great is essentially the beginning, a unified whole. It is the universe condensed as one. But then, a few lines later, Hayata mentions a greater will that made a mistake. And she doesn't say the One Great made a mistake, she says the greater will made a mistake. Almost as if the greater will is the One Great. And I think it is. Kind of. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that the One Great had a greater will. Because if the One Great is a collective, then the greater will could have been the dominant part of its intent. Its greater will, so to speak. And I'm saying this in the past tense here because at some point there was a moment of fracture, a veritable Big Bang, where the One Great was no more, but the greater will remained. This moment is called a cosmic rupture in the DLC by Count Emir, who says that long ago we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We too are children of the greater will. So life had essentially been created, in many worlds, possibly. But to give order to its children in the lands between, specifically, the greater will first sent down Meta, the mother of the 2 fingers, and then the Elden Ring. While we learn from the remembrance of the Mother of Fingers that Meta was the mother of all 2 fingers and finger creepers, it says nothing about her being the mother of the 3 fingers. Thus, I think that when the One Great fractured, the greater will and its desire for order wasn't the only thing that was created. Frenzy and a desire for chaos was split off entirely. This is a separate part of the One Great that believes fracture was a mistake and that regression is the only path forward. This frenzied part of the One Great is called an outer god, as per Miquella's needle. So, as such, like the greater will, it also has its envoys. 3 fingers, not 2. And the fact that its envoys are 3 fingers is likely no coincidence. 2 plus 3 equals a 5-fingered hand, and thus, I think 3 fingers being envoys sends a powerful message. The message being that if order is run by 2 fingers, then the other 3 are naturally the ones that are missing. Of course, this is just speculation, but I like to think that the 3 fingers are kind of a revelation in and of themselves. It sends the message that once all was a part of the One Great, the 3 fingers and the 2. Unlike the 2 fingers, the 3 fingers are free to tell us their truth, that there was a mistake in the fracturing of things long ago, and that under the branches of order, life now divides and distinguishes, leading to torment, despair, affliction, sins, and curses. And so they believe the only solution is to melt everything away with the yellow chaos flame until all is one again. I want to quickly talk about the nature of the One Great and the Greater Will, because there have been some revelations revealed by Elden Ring's DLC, and one of them is that the Greater Will both is and inhabits a lightless abyss, as is depicted by the empty space in Count Emir's headpiece. Now, this is going to sound contradictory, and of course this is all just speculative territory on a cosmic level, but I think somehow the birth of everything might have come from a void, the Greater Will's void. Astel, natural born of the void, is one such example of this happening, after all. Because of this bastard of the stars, we know that life can come from a void. So, if a void is a clue to the Greater Will's nature, then maybe a void is also what the One Great was, and inhabited. And so, perhaps it's no coincidence then that when Frenzy burns something, it burns it away to nothingness. One great void. In the gravesite plane, we come across countless spirit gravestones, which are gravestones that have started to turn into spirits. These stones, if crafted together with a swollen blade, create a surging frenzied flame, an item which violently spits frenzy like butter in a hot pan. Its description reads, "Spirits are eternal, and yet frenzied flame melts them away regardless." It's no wonder then that Torrent, being a spirit, is terrified of this place. Naturally, too, the Hornsent, whose culture revolves around spirits, forbid the flame's use, and to stamp it out, at some point they would send an order of inquisitors to invade and purge Midra's sanctum. Though, apparently, the fact frenzy is forbidden hasn't stopped the one who invented this consumable. The Mad Craftsman's cookbook that teaches it reveals that it is a record of crafting techniques left by a craftsman who served Midra and Nanaya. His eyes were burned by the flame of frenzy. But were his experiments with frenzy being done before or after the purge of Midra's sanctum? What I really want to understand here is, was frenzy brewing in the manse for a while, or did it only truly become a threat when the Inquisition invaded? Let's talk about that. We know that frenzy must have been present at the manse in some capacity before the Hornsent Inquisition arrived. Why else would the Inquisition have come to stamp it out? However, I don't think it was out of control by any means. I think they were merely on the brink of it, and that's because of this tortured phantom of the manse, who questions why the Inquisition and their cruelty was even necessary. While begging for mercy, he says, "I ask, what crime did great Midra commit?" It's not clear whether he simply doesn't understand the threat that frenzy represents, or whether he simply doesn't think that Midra is to blame for it. But I think we can at least take from this that frenzy wasn't out of control at the Sanctum. It was just there, and the Hornsent Inquisitors had been made aware of it. But I reckon even the mere hint of frenzy would have been the beginning of the end for Midra's Sanctum, and that's because frenzy is essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy. The fear of frenzy and its void inspires an extreme response to those in power, leading to the torture and torment of those who are frenzied, which is itself an extreme response that exacerbates frenzy even more, and on it goes. In the end, frenzy only really exists because of how awful the world is, and the torture to stifle it only proves that fact. So, when the Inquisition arrived to purge this damnation like no other, they brought pain, as was their way. These Hornsent Inquisitors are not unlike Rykard's own Inquisitors, who we discussed in a recent video. Both forces use torture to extract the answers they seek, and both Inquisitions likely existed to root out traitors and threats to their regime. As opposed to the fire of Rykard's Inquisitors, The Hornsense brand of Inquisition utilizes golden arcs called barbs, which, according to the spell, were a known symbol of coercive questioning. The barbs on the Great Sword of Damnation, for example, unwrap to pierce the victim from within, inflicting continuous wounds to assure eternal agony. There's actually an intriguing bit of lore hidden in the weapon skill of this item, which reads, "There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux." The Golden Order. For me, this brings to mind Marika, crucified as she is upon a golden arc at the end of the game. Alternatively, since the Golden Order was created upon the removal of destined death, perhaps the Great Sword of Damnation evokes this fact by inflicting eternal suffering without death as a release. Thus is the Golden Order seen in the shape of those fixed upon its crux. Perhaps. It's hard to say for sure what was meant by this line, but I'm glad this line exists because I think it means that they want us to question why the barbs of the Hornsent look like the rune arcs of the Elden Ring. So why? Why do the Hornsent have these golden arcs and methods of torture that echo the Golden Order when theirs is a civilization that preceded the Golden Order and the Elden Ring? So, to answer that, while I think it's true that the Hornsent were around long before Marika, I do think Marika and the Elden Ring became part of their culture for a time. The simplest proof of this is in how the Hornsent believe that Marika betrayed them, because for them to consider Marika's actions a betrayal, Marika must have been considered a part of the Hornsent's culture on some level. But for more evidence of Marika's involvement in this place at this time, take a look here, where you respawn after getting jump-scared by a winter lantern. There's a stake of Marika here, and for these to be in the realm of shadow, it means that Marika must have been a force in the world long before the Inquisition arrived. Even here, in this sanctum that's geographically separated from the rest of the realm. And while you could argue that these are just here for a gameplay reason, and that they have no relevancy to the lore, I don't think so, because I think From Software are aware of the lore implications of these statues. For evidence of this, look at Raya Lucaria. This is a place where Marika would have been unwelcome, and so there are no stakes of Marika at all here. All of this is to say that torture was ingrained in the Golden Order, be it via the Hornsent's Inquisitors, or Rykard's Inquisitors, or the Elden Beast itself. Order requires enforcement, it seems. Remember, Marika's minor victory has taught us that there is kindness without order, and therefore that there is cruelty with it. And so, even though such torture exacerbates frenzy, it was the institutionalized way forward for the Hornsent, who, as we know from other parts of the lore, were a race that definitely had no issues persecuting their own brethren. The tortured phantom we mentioned earlier laments, "Can you stop? Haven't I taken enough? Are we not brethren, common in our mind, and yet offer only cruelty?" Here in this sanctum, where frenzy was taking root, the Hornsent brought their full strength to bear. But perhaps the place should have been left alone, for the results of the Inquisition were mixed, to say the least. Clearly, the Inquisition wasn't prepared to handle the answers found, and many Inquisitors have become frenzied in the Abyssal Woods, revealing new attacks of Frenzy Flame. Interestingly, one spell they channel is Frenzy Burst, which has a description that talks about every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This is the same incantation that Vike uses, and it might be a reflection of his own struggle with madness. The fact that this incantation exists is called a meager victory over frenzy, and this is why I think the Inquisitors fought hard before succumbing to the frenzy. Perhaps this first-hand witness, the despair that was found as a result of their own torture touched them. Perhaps they fell victim to the aging of the winter lanterns. We'll talk about more later. The forest is now truly the most horrific part of the sanctum, in my opinion. not the manse itself. And I say that because the Inquisitors who occupy the manse are not the frenzied variant. Despite Frenzy having infected the rats, shadowy consult within, the Inquisitors of the manse don't have a single frenzy attack. Why? Well, I think that this was done to show that their Inquisition was successful to a degree, thanks to the majority of the Inquisition's strength being focused here at the manse. And there is Inquisition strength here. For example, one of the Fat Inquisitors is in possession of revered Spirit Ash, a powerful blessing of the Horn Center, and there are even the spirits of Divine Beast Warriors roaming the halls. The Divine Beast Warriors were an elite force among the Horn Center, but you know that already, don't you? To be clear though, these aren't physical Beast Warriors, they're actually spirits. Perhaps these warriors were once part of the Inquisition's forces and then died in this place. What's more likely, though, I think, is that perhaps their ashes were given to the Inquisitors, who then summoned them here to fight, as weapons to be wielded in their assault. We do, after all, know that the Inquisitors are capable of summoning the spirits of their comrades. We know this thanks to Jory, the Elder Inquisitor, who brings a sort of spirit calling bell to summon his brethren in his boss fight. And it's here, in this place where the catacomb spills out into the forest, that he holds down the fort, alone, a final frontier for those coming in or out. According to the Inquisitor Ashes, Inquisitions often perplexed the minds of the uninitiated, and so seniority was viewed as an asset. Jory is an Elder Inquisitor. Thus his age helps to explain why he is the last one remaining in the forest, endlessly calling in his brethren to fulfill their duties before their death. One thing I wonder though is why Inquisitions perplexed the minds of the uninitiated. Was it because these Inquisitions were focused on torture so deeply? Would newer realities not understand or fathom why they were performing these terrible rites? We do know that doubt about the terrible rites that they were performing was a thing, and that they had to intentionally ward this away. So perhaps this torture inflicted via the Inquisitions caused a similar sort of doubt. But in any case, to an extent, the Horn Center efforts were successful. The books were burned, the manse was stifled. And on that note, I want to talk about the figures that are found outside the manse. There's not much information on these guys, I think, but if I had to guess, I'd say that these 10 were Midra's associates, found and executed outside the manse. Their somewhat similar garb to Midra's, and also the gold protruding from their necks, might be an indication of that. This, plus the fact that they're just facing away from the manse, strikes me as a warning for those in the forest to stay away from the manse, which Midra's executioners have now completed. And speaking of execution, as a result of the Inquisition's invasion, Midra himself accepted the great sword of damnation and pledged to endure others to stay away from him, lest they suffer. But I don't think that this was a victory for the Inquisitors, because in reality, while Midra endured, the frenzy was ripening within him, and one day it would be a complete fit to burst, all according to plan, perhaps. Despite evidence of the Inquisition's victory in this place, frenzy is actually now, at least. The very earth is scarred. Animals. Even the originally multicolored flowers in this place have changed to be colored by frenzy. One particularly inventive perfumer has clearly used these to create the Frenzy Flame perfume. It's clear that frenzy is ripening here, and I think that most of it came as a result of the Inquisition itself. There's a curious enemy in this place that I think supports this idea, the Madding Hand. It's a human NPC whose namesake is a weapon, a glove stitched together from the flayed skin of the victims of a butcherous bloodbath. It was forged of an unyielding black impulse towards revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. So, the heretics in this description would have been the horn-scent denizens of the sanctum, and their brethren who hunted them down would have been the horn-scent inquisitors. And now, the heretics' desire for revenge has been stitched together into a hand made of their flayed skin. Now, I was originally going to suggest that the Madding Hand himself skinned these victims to create this glove, but since the tooth whip exists and it was used by the horn-scent, it's possible that the flaying was just a part of the horn-scent torture of these heretics. Either way, this Madding Hand has taken it upon himself to fight on the heretics' frenzied behalf. So who is he? Well, he's actually wearing the Gravebird's black quill armor, which is an item that's cast in the image of the Gravebird, which is a gravekeeper golem that's linked to mausoleums and to the process of burning death in ghost flame. So, given that lore, you'd think then that this is a man that is linked to the ancient processes of death, and indeed he's actually physically very close to the Darklight catacombs that brought you here, and catacombs traditionally do employ a lot of ghost flame processes in them. So that's kind of where the facts end on this guy and where speculation begins. For example, given the armor, perhaps he was a defender of the local catacomb who got swept up in or witnessed the Horn-Scent's purge, or considering the stitched hand that represents the heretic's desire for revenge, perhaps he now wishes to aid the frenzied of the forest. And do we think the blindfold could be related to frenzy? It certainly matches Hayeta's fashion, so there's something going on there, I think. Maybe blindfolds better enable one to envision the nothingness brought about by frenzy. Curious to hear what you guys think. Of course, none of this is fact, it's just my take on the guy. But of course, the real threat in the forest isn't the Madding Hand. It's the Winter Lanterns, the aging untouchables, whose presence is heralded by the Winter Lantern flies. These are winged insects carrying a dangling grape. And upon seeing these, the wise know to stay well clear. Turn back while you are yet able. Don't let it see you. Once you are seen, there is no escape. These messages are useful, but the most useful note of all is a page ripped from a diary and found in the man's. It reads, "I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him, the aging untouchable." Lore-wise, it's hard to know who wrote this note, but since it's a page ripped from a diary, you'd think then that this would have been written by a resident of the manse, who were known for their bookkeeping. What's more, this page is burned, just like all the other books. Therefore, this record was likely written before the Inquisition came through here. So it is that I think this aging untouchable that the note writes about might have existed in the forest before the Inquisition arrived. The author of this note even sketched a picture of its likeness. To be clear, I'm only talking about one aging untouchable. The diary only mentions one of them, and so do the Winter Lantern flies, which are insects that herald the aging untouchable's approach. On seeing these, it reads, "The wise know to stay well clear." And that's the best way to combat frenzy, right? To leave it alone. The quote-unquote wise denizens of the sanctum had likely learned this early on, and perhaps so too did Marika, who locked away the frenzied merchants underground, out of sight and out of mind. So, in my headcanon at least, frenzy had appeared in the sanctum before the Inquisition, and there was an aging untouchable roaming that the manse had learned to steer well clear of. Of course, eventually more aging untouchables would be created. There are 6 in-game that you can find. but frenzy had not yet gotten out of control. Remember, again, there's a phantom in the manse who wonders what crime Midra has even committed, and to be fair, is it a crime to learn painful truths, to despair? At any rate, while this note does reveal good lore, more than anything, it's meant to be a gameplay tip. It teaches you that by parrying a Winter Lantern's staff, the aging untouchable can be killed. Upon doing so, most drop a swollen grape, an eyeball that has swollen over time. Marked with fingerprint burns, it is proof that the Winter Lanterns have been touched directly by the Three Fingers embrace. These beings are the most dangerous thing in the Sanctum now, especially considering the Three Fingers seem to have blessed them directly. They're even wearing rags, which might suggest that they've divested themselves of everything. But what defines them actually isn't that so much, it's actually something else. They are defined by their aging. Parry this Winter Lantern and you receive the Aged One's exaltation, which reveals that their head is supposed to resemble this sprig of ripe grapes. This is fitting, but the most curious part is the quote that follows. "Gift your madness to our Lord, bless our brethren with grapes, take care that they fully ripen." This quote must have come from a horn scent, since it says, "our brethren." What's more, their walking sticks are twisted in a spiral, which is a horn scent symbol. So, the aging untouchables were once horn scent. And eventually, there were many. And whatever they were, aged inquisitors or denizens of the Sanctum, now they exist to afflict the rest of the horn scent with frenzy. And this frenzy is defined by its full ripening. Ripening is obviously something that happens with fruit, making it very relevant in this situation where we're talking about grapes, which are eyes. And ripening is something that occurs over time. And so, aging and enduring this madness is the key to this frenzy being powerful. And this frenzy is to be a gift, not unlike the Shabriri grapes we gift to Hyetta, so that she might glimpse the distant light. Frenzy is shared like that, and theirs is to be a gift to their lord. Which brings us to Midra, finally, the old sage whose frenzy they surely intend to have fully ripened, so that he might become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. This ripening has been enhanced by his torture, and the final words that he heard from his lady. "Please endure," she said. It was a curse. Frenzy consumables tell us that the flame of frenzy burns the eyes, but tranquility follows in its wake. No wonder Midra desperately wants to rip the torturous greatsword free of himself. For in the end, the Lord of Frenzied Flame shall take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, all melted away. So reads the spell Midra's Flame of Frenzy, which is a remembrance incantation designed in praise of Midra, Lord of Frenzied Flame. Curiously, this description ends with the line, "Yet Midra, like others before him, was too weak to become a lord." And yet, he did become a lord. So this line is kind of contradictory, right? Perhaps you're supposed to read this as Midra was a Lord of Frenzied Flame, but too weak to become a true lord since you defeated him. Or, alternatively, perhaps you're supposed to read it as if Midra was originally too weak to become a lord long ago, but over time he did become strong enough to become one. Or rather, he endured long enough to become one.
Closer, I say. The madness. The depths of your foolishness!
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
From this dialogue, we learn a few things. One is that Midra genuinely sees the madness as a curse, and is worried about what it could do to others, thus he warns you to stay away. Two is that he genuinely cares about his lady, who he calls dearest Nanaya. And third, since Midra asks for Nanaya's forgiveness when he succumbs to frenzy, I think Midra believes that Nanaya told him to endure for the sake of others, yes, but also for her. So, this maiden essentially wants Midra to suffer in righteous hardship for the one that he loves. Now, where have we heard that before?
If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship.
So let's discuss the theory that told Midra to endure specifically so that the frenzy would be. But then let's discuss the theory that told Nanaya is a being who is chaos incarnate, put on this earth to ensure that chaos has its lord. In the base game, we learn that Shabriri is a sort of skinwalker, someone who has the ability to inhabit the bodies of others. In his case, after they die, as he does with Yura, someone who is close to us. Thus, as the theory goes, perhaps Shabriri also came to inhabit Nanaya's skin, to encourage Midra's endurance, bring about a lord in Midra's sanctum through what Shabriri calls righteous hardship. This wouldn't be the first time that Shabriri has attempted such a thing. It wouldn't even be the second. The player character is encouraged to embrace frenzy, to spare the life of their maiden, and so was Vike, the Tarnished who came close to becoming Elden Lord. We have an entire Prepare to Cry episode on Vike's story that explains him and all the characters associated with frenzy, so check that out after this if you need a recap, but let me quickly read you one item description now that will succinctly explain Vike's story for anyone who doesn't know. The fingerprint armor states, "No other Tarnished was closer to the throne of the Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement, Vike travelled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion?" Since Shabriri advocates for us becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame in the context of saving our maiden, burning in the Fell God's flame, I'd argue that Shabriri did the same with Vike, who would have been faced with the same choice. And with Midra being yet another potential Lord of Frenzied Flame, who would also do anything for his maiden, we've established a pretty significant trend in how Shabriri might be using these three characters. In regards to Midra's character specifically, the name Nanaya could be a reference to the goddess of love from Mesopotamian folklore. It's a name that carries connotations of sensuality and charm, things that would definitely help to explain why Midra might have been so enraptured by her. And as one last piece of evidence for the theory that Nanaya might be inhabited by Shabriri, take a look at the Shabriri's Woe talisman, which was made in Shabriri's disturbing likeness. It states the corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner, and I find it so perfectly creepy that Nanaya has a similar smile to Shabriri in the portrait here. It's so good. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I love this theory, I find it cool, and admittedly, the rule of cool might be affecting how strongly I advocate for this theory, so you should keep that in mind when listening to me. And on that note, I do want to say, I first came across this theory in this Reddit thread, and it was through the process of agreeing and disagreeing with multiple arguments here that I came to my own conclusion. And my conclusion is that it's possible that Nanaya could be Shabriri, but it's also possible that Nanaya is just her own character, using a similar playbook as Shabriri. Either way, though, in my eyes, Nanaya is still a chilling, manipulative character who cursed Midra to endure very intentionally. But there are definitely a few ways to interpret Nanaya as a character, and I'd encourage you to come to your own conclusion on this as well. For example, another interpretation might be that instead of being literally Shabriri, Nanaya could instead parallel Hayata, another sort of skinwalker in the base game who, seemingly unintentionally, occupies Arena's flesh. In her story, Hayata fulfills the role of Finger Maiden for you in the Frenzy storyline, except she's the maiden to the 3 fingers, not the 2, and maybe Nanaya was a sort of maiden to Midra, albeit a more manipulative one. And as another alternative interpretation, I guess you could argue that Nanaya isn't an advocate for Frenzy at all, but I reckon it'd be hard to do personally. That's because the evidence of Nanaya being honest and really genuinely wanting Midra to endure for his own sake is kind of undone by the fact that when we find Nanaya's body in-game, she's actually cradling someone who was a prior Lord of Frenzied Flame, albeit a feeble Lord of Frenzied Flame. Nanaya's torch is a torch made by attaching a dying Flame of Frenzy to a small spinal column. Now, this English description kind of makes it sound like it was a crafted item with Frenzy being attached to the spine, but the Japanese description makes no such claims, and indeed the Frenzy at the tip of the spine simply reflects, I think, one who was a past Lord of Frenzied Flame, since such lords always have their spines culminate in a frenzied void. Anyway, the description goes on to read that in a distant land, in an age long past, was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. All that remains of him is cradled gently by. This description notes that the feeble Lord of Frenzied Flame existed in a distant land, in an age long past. Now, one interpretation of that is that the realm of shadow itself is that distant land in question, and that a Lord of Frenzied Flame rose here long ago, even before Midra. Alternatively, you might interpret the distant as being distant from time, that the feeble Lord's remains were carried, maybe. It's kind of up to you. What is clear, though, is that there were other aspiring Lords of Frenzy, all of them too. And surely for Nanaya to cradle this feeble Lord so tenderly suggests a connection. Therefore, I feel like Nanaya has to have some malintent with Midra, right? I mean, she's literally sitting in his chair, cradling a prior lord's remains, and since Midra is worried about the frenzy spreading, I don't think he would teach about her holding this torch. Not to mention, torches light the way ahead, so symbolically she's preparing her path ahead. I've seen some speculation that this spine belongs to Nanaya's child. The main arguments that I've read are that the spine is specifically defined as small and that Nanaya holds it affectionately. But just because it doesn't mean it's definitively her child. To me, this just reveals that she has affection and perhaps pity for the subject. What's more, the spine being described as small, to me is an indication that it belongs to a feeble woman, not that it's literally a child's spine. Indeed, the spine is quite large and is described as having belonged to a man. Okay, but could this have been her adult child who failed to she could just be cradling their insist that this was Midra's, because Nanaya has her hand over the stomach of the portrait plate, though some belief suggests that she was for this to be true, the child would have had to grow up in the sanctum, and then succumb to frenzy, and then fail to become a lord. That's a lot of history in the sanctum. So you'd think surely such history would have been mentioned in the lore. So what I don't subscribe to the podcast. I believe that did have a history with a feeble lord long ago. But to me, since she has such clear, sinister intent in telling Midra to endure, I'm not sure that she can be this well-intentioned mother. And the idea of her being an advocate for the frenzied flame and still giving birth rubs me the wrong way as well, because birth is kind of a sticking point for those who advocate the frenzied flame. In the base game, Hayata is euphoric at the idea of no more fracture and no more birth, so if you believe that Nanaya is aligned with frenzy, then birth probably isn't too high on her agenda. So in the end, Nanaya's character continues to pose so many questions, like where was the distant land that her torch alludes to? What age long past featured this feeble, frenzied lord? Nanaya wears spiraling clothing and hair in the style of the horn scent, but is she their brethren or is she pretending? Did she truly bring frenzy to the manse? Did she slander the sanctum and bring the Inquisition? Did she bring about the aging untouchables with the goal of creating a new, ripened lord? So many questions and so much uncertainty, and yet I'm sure that the intriguing character of Nanaya will become an enduring mystery for the lore community for years to come, and that is always fun. Before I move on, look at your walls. Would they look better with some artwork there? So right now, Displate have a deal where if you buy with the link in my description, you can get 22% off if you buy 1 or 2 Displates, or 33% off if you buy more than 3. I have a store full of Displate art, and the newest print is this one, Skyward Swords by Anato Finstark. A print that was previously Patreon exclusive, so now it's available on Displate for the first time. Displate are these metal prints that use a magnet mounting system, and they're so easy to hang on a wall. The prints are excellent quality, and they've just been a steadfast sponsor of this channel. So if you're enjoying this video, please consider picking one up for yourself, and remember, if you buy 3, it's even cheaper. Regardless, thank you for listening. Let's get back to the video. On the topic of Midra's endurance, one observation I was so happy to come across was this tweet by Lil Church Law, who comments on some assets extracted by Zlovsky II. These 2 accounts are great follows, by the way. Church notes that Midra wears a brooch adorned with green jewels, which in FromSoft games commonly means that it increases your stamina. So, they argue, for Midra, maybe these helped in fortifying his quote-unquote endurance. In Elden Ring specifically, the jewels are Viridian Amber, and the Viridian Amber medallion plus 3 actually is found very close by in the Darklight Catacombs, so the idea that Midra might have had access to this fortifying resource is a good little theory, for sure. Anyway, let's conclude. In the end, with you pushing him over the edge, Midra finally gives into that blissful salvation, his frenzy. But it's not enough, and his ripening was all for naught. But it's no matter, for as long as order remains, it seems, chaos cannot die. And there are other prospects, like Vike, like you, tarnished, exposed to the injustices of the world, who might go on to become Lord of Frenzied Flame. For unlike Midra, you are bolstered by the great runes of the Elden Ring. You are unleashing frenzy from within the Erd Tree itself. Surely that has to count for something. Though, even then, this ending might not strictly be the end, for Melina believed in the beauty of the world that you burned down, despite its flaws. So, Melina, holding fast to Torrent's whistle, promises to deliver you a destined death. As Torrent burns away, his screams echoing in the distance. He was afraid for good reason. Thank you for watching.
Is it thy... Now. Bamaitha.
So this is the opening night for Gamescom. All right, let's see some.
Normally don't see a lot of games come from in the first place. But I think it's great that
Well, we've seen a lot of games recently, like Once Human, for example, and I think there's a number of other games that have started coming out of China that are pretty good. And I think that it's undeniable that, like, the way that China has obviously become a lot more part of, like, the modern Western world, or they've become at least aware of it, or, you know, like, kind of a satellite to it. Nowadays, I think that's had a huge impact on their culture. And so one way it's impacted China's culture is that over there, people used to want to be astronauts, and now they too want to be influencers instead of doctors. So you can see the American influence in China as well. And I think this is going to be like a global internet culture that's evolved. And I think this is a good thing. Not that particularly, but in a general sense, people becoming part of a global internet culture is a great thing.
seeing that support, because from my perspective, I just want to see more video games, and the more countries that are out there that are making them, the more diverse ideas and cool games that we can play, and that's what I'm all about.
I think that's one thing that's really exciting to me about Wukong is, like, I don't know how many games I've seen that are about Norse mythology, and I love Norse mythology, but I've seen it 100 times. I want something new. I want something that's like a, like, you know, like the same way like how I played Lost Ark or like Final Fantasy 14, and it's like, how have I not known about this like amazing, crazy, awesome thing that's existed for years? Well, like this has only existed for like a few hundred years. So yeah, I want to see some new crazy shit. I'm Scandinavian, I agree. Yeah, exactly. Slavic gods. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that would be really cool too. Like, any of that stuff would be really cool. Witcher 3 is Slav mythology. Yeah, it is. Like, obviously, like, you see a little bit of that. I mean, obviously, like, Baba Yaga, I think, is, like, probably, like, the biggest example. Like, Chernobog, etc. But, like, even, like, what do you call it? Indian mythology. Or, like, any of this stuff.
To be honest, we haven't really even seen that many AAA games come
Mayan
from China in the
Aztec,
first place.
yeah.
I think the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is, like, Rocket Blade Point. That's pretty much about it.
Yeah, it's a Chinese game.
But one of the things that developers brought up was that they feel like they're under a lot of pressure, and I don't think people really understand or recognize just how much pressure that they're under. Because keep in mind, they have far more rules and restrictions that they need to follow before they can even try to ship a game outside of their country.
Well, there's also, like, the huge cultural expectation that this game that represents one of the most nationalistic countries in the entire world, that has more pride than almost any other country in the world, and they are the ones who are in charge of telling this story to the world. That is a crazy amount of pressure. That's nuts.
And way more restrictions than Western studios have, that's for sure. But with that said, you also have, you know, clashes in culture and things like that. And I think what they've chose to do, especially with Black Myth Wukong, is just, well, emulate the success of another game and try to adapt their ideologies or their philosophies of game design into their game. And that's what Black Myth Wukong kind of represents to me. It's a smart idea. You're going to be able to hook up with a pretty large audience because a lot of people really like Souls games, especially after Elden Ring. So it's a great idea to be able to reach as many players.
Well, it's not like Dark Souls invented action combat games either. I mean, like, look at God of War. Like, there's plenty of games that have come out before Dark Souls that were like this. The truth is that action combat games are just really popular because they're super fun. Like Devil May Cry, yeah, like there's a million of them.
Possibly can. But one of the other difficulties that they're running into is one that's completely unnecessary. And it's the fact that for some odd reason, there are a lot of Western critics that do not want to see this game get any level of success.
Yep.
Tom continues with this article saying, I am unfortunately met with very little honest communication when I bring up a report from IGN which related alleged sexist comments from multiple developers at Game Science, as well as those in leadership roles. I presented Ted with the opportunity to address those claims of misogynistic posts and whether he feels they represent Game Science's values. Instead, I am shut down with a hasty no comment from their UK PR representative, and then, after a long wait, given a longer statement of no comment via Ted's translator. I am then told that Game Science's US PR agency will follow up later with a prepared statement, only to be sent the following. Game Science is focused on the demo at this time and will only answer questions related to gameplay.
So, abso-fucking-lutely, by the way. Abso-fucking-lutely Giga Chad move. And you have to understand why it's a Giga Chad move. And in order to understand that, you have to understand what the power dynamic that these journalists are trying to create is. So what they do is they create a problem, or they identify a problem, and then they make this problem seem like it's a big issue to the company, and then the company then needs to capitulate to this like journalist company or this magazine or this group in order to make them happy. So the entire power dynamic is created off of caring about what these people think. So that if you don't care what they think, the entire thing falls apart. That's it, right? The response translates to I don't give a fuck, right? They blackmail you, exactly. And so they basically create this thing where they appoint themselves as the arbiters of what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. They define where you are on that parameter, and then they want you to play inside of the rules that they created in order to make themselves relevant. That's what's happening here. It's a power trip. Yes, it's an absolute power dynamic. And the only way you win this game is by not playing it. That's the truth. That's the way you win the game right there, is you just simply don't play the fucking game. They try to create their own power. Yes, they're creating their own power. And a Chinese company doesn't care about that. And I think that more American companies need to feel the same way. You had to get into all game journalists things and never pay attention to all the bullshit in the first place, but I didn't realize that other people do pay attention. It's like this with other types of journalism too. It's just that news journalism is small scope enough, and it's enough of a microcosm for us to be able to perceive everything that's happening inside of the space. But I think the exact same thing probably happens in larger scale journalism too, but it's more abstract and you're not able to perceive it as well.
Related to games.
You want to take the moral high ground.
Exactly. An IGN reporter at a demo in Los Angeles last month. It is,
and you can see how obviously, if game science just simply doesn't take it seriously, then they have no power. Because this isn't a problem that the players have, and this is a very important component too. Players don't have this problem with the game. Journalists have a problem.
That game science is opting to invite journalists to speak to them and play the game, but refusing to answer their questions. Perhaps there is no reassurance to offer. A generous reading of the situation would be that this isn't...
Well, it's that any reassurance reinforces the power dynamic that they've created. By giving them a reassurance, or by even denying it, you speak into existence the power dynamic that they exist inside of.
An experienced studio petrified of saying the wrong thing. Yeah. In failing to say anything at all, game science is also failing to distance itself and its game from multiple crude, disparaging, and misogynist comments attributed to its employees and leadership. Journey to the West, of course, is
and you can see the words, these are weasel words, and this is something that a lot of people that aren't really experienced in this petrified said, yet in failing to say anything else, it's going to distance itself from multiple groups that are attributed to. See, attributed to is different than said. Attributed to means that somebody said that you said this. Said something that you said it. And these little weasel words that are used are done in a way that an average person without a more erudite knowledge of language would not notice. And these are the ways that people manipulate language and they manipulate thought. The silence is deafening? Yeah, exactly. They're weasel. Yeah, they're absolutely rats.
Journey to the West, of course, is no stranger to the world of video games. From Ninja Theory's 2010 Alex Garland penned and Andy Serkis starring Xbox 360 adaptation Enslaved: Odyssey to the West, to Akira Toriyama's world-conquering Dragon Ball, it's a world of myth and monkeys that lends itself perfectly to gaming.
Keep in mind, this is the game that doesn't have diversity. Always keep that in mind.
Wukong's stunning visuals, cinematic beauty, and refreshing sense of speed could well make it the best playable adaptation of the Fable to date. But the unreserved excitement I would otherwise feel about it is being trampled by the elephant in the room. Guys,
this is like the same dynamic. This is like the professional version of, did you tell your parents that you're gay yet? This is the journalist version of that. When did you stop beating your wife?
Be honest with you, I cannot believe that they wrote this.
Me too.
The elephant in the room, huh? I would imagine the elephant in the room is the fact that the report from IGN was found to be heavily mistranslated and misrepresented.
Well, it doesn't even matter whether it is or not. I think people are just simply, even if everything that they said was true, that is going to in no way, shape, or form affect the way that I'm going to play the game. Because I don't care what the political leanings or opinions of the developer are. If the game is fun to play and it's enjoyable and it's not in the middle of my face when I'm playing the game, then I don't really care about it. These people are activists that are LARPing as journalists that are now getting mad that they're being rejected by a group of people that are consumers and not also activists. The YouTube link goes to an Asmon video, by the way. Yeah, because a lot of other people didn't talk about it. Like, I usually, like, again, I try to cover all of the, like, any of the bad topics, I'll cover them. It doesn't bother me.
Misinformation about a studio either by the way of IGN's ignorance or their malice. The report that they mention is something that was parroted by almost every...
It's both, by the way. They're stupid, and they're also with bad intentions.
Other gaming news site. Headlines with this narrative ran wild since the reveal of Black Myth Wukong's trailer a few years ago, making sure that players know, yeah, the game looks cool, but guys, this is a very bad developer. This misrepresentation even led to Game Science's studio allegedly being vandalized by the people that were claiming to do it based on that news of the studio's quote-unquote sexist culture.
If I was the Chinese government, I would unironically fund a lawsuit to sue the fuck out of them. If it was actually mistranslated in a way that wasn't accurate, I would sue them into fucking oblivion. We could finally have a CCPW for once. For defamation? Yeah. Reminds me of the Hogwarts bullshit? Yeah, this is exactly the same. Except the difference is that this studio, like the Hogwarts Legacy, they still paid lip service to it. And like, they were like, no, that's not true, it's not true. This studio is just like, shut up. Shut up, we're not accountable to you. Which is, by the way, 1,000 times better.
Eventually, through social media, readers and critics pointed out the mistranslations. Hell, Asmongold's editor, Clip's editor, did a better job of reporting and investigating, showing all of the mistranslations.
Context. IGN.
That's because the reason why is that there have been a lot of instances where I've been wrong about something, and I do try to be accurate in what I say and what I do in my videos. I understand everybody likes to meme about like, oh yeah, spreading misinformation, I don't really know what I'm talking about, etc. Sure, but my goal primarily is to be as accurate as I can be. And to understand things in a way that is the most complete. And oftentimes that puts me at odds with the audience. I'm at odds with the audience all the time because of this. Because people have convinced themselves of one thing, and then they hear something else and they say, fuck you, I don't believe that. But yeah, obviously we've got great editors that work on the YouTube channel. They do an amazing fucking job. And, you know, I'm very lucky. I think that we all are.
And published an article trying to smear the company
They sure
and
did.
the devs behind Black Myth Wukong as some sexist freaks because of some of their employees' social media posts.
I gotta get Kaisi to translate this shit to actually see if it's true or not.
The article cites one of their artists who basically did the still wood about this monster. The problem is that this game...
Yeah, I would too. Like, I mean, it's not a secret. Yeah, I mean... Who doesn't? Yeah, I mean... Is this a... If that's a problem to you, I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear your opinion about anything. Just a fucking idiot.
Incompetence or malice translated these posts in the most uncharitable way possible. This is nothing compared to the most egregious mistranslation after one of the game company founders posted this in 2020, apologizing for the lackluster trailer of Black Myth Wukong just released. Now, how on earth do you get?
I want to expand my circle and hire more people. Get licked until I can't get an erection.
In reality, the actual translation completely changes the meaning of what he was saying.
And it's like, this is the... Do you remember what I was saying before about how, like, there are some people that are, like, they're, like, Redditors that are so stupid and they don't even know that they're stupid? The arrogance that a writer would think that he's actually talking about getting blowjobs from his employees, the level of arrogance and ignorance of that is derived because it's somebody who has never had to communicate for somebody else through another language. That's the reason why. Now, I've told you guys this before. I think I probably said it in the original video. I have to talk to two girls. One of those Korean, and I had to use a translator to talk to her. And there would be a lot of things that were like lost in translation. And she would type me some stuff, and I'm like, this is the most retarded, dumb fuck thing I've ever read. This is so stupid. There's no way she really meant this. And I'm like, she explained it a different way. She's like, oh yeah, okay. And it's like this. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, for sure. Relatable, yeah. So, like, I know how it is.
Satisfied, I went back checking if anyone called this out when it happened, and they did.
And ultimately, this all led to the original writer of the IGN report giving a backhanded non-apology, avoiding the conversation of mistranslation, still perpetuating the lie, and upset over Game Science's lack of response, and that the
Exactly, right? Because it's all about the power dynamic. That's what it exists in. This entire thing is about a power play. And Game Science doing this is actually one of the biggest W's. I'm so happy to see this happen. I treat patients through translator apps a lot. A lot can get lost in translation. Yeah, man, that must be really scary. Like, yeah, that would freak me the fuck out, right? Because, like, fuck, that sucks.
With a Monkey King and a bunch of anthropomorphic characters doesn't have enough them-coded characters. I am beyond myself. The gall to come forward and say something like maybe they don't want to say anything because they're afraid to say the wrong thing. What exactly is the wrong thing?
I'll tell you what the wrong thing is. The wrong thing, in my opinion, is trying to explain to them and justify yourself. You lose when you play the game. Apparently, this is like a racial thing now. I didn't know this, but like growing up, there was like the story of the tar baby, right? Where it's like the more you get involved with it, the more dirty it makes you. Now, this apparently is a racial term. I learned this when I just used it randomly, and people were like, "What the fuck?" But like growing up, it's like fucking with the porcupine, right? There's a lot of other variables that I can use as well that are effectively the same thing. The more that you try to deal with somebody like this, it's like dealing with somebody on Twitter. Like, there have been a lot of times where I have written tweets and then I've deleted the tweet before I send it because I realize that there is not any outcome of this tweet that will improve the quality of my life. It's a waste of time to do it. And that's why I basically never, ever, ever tweet. I never talk about it because I don't owe anybody an explanation. I don't owe anybody anything like that. Somebody gets mad about what I say, too bad, fuck them. Tar Baby's not racist. Somebody started trying to say it's racist. Well, it's the same thing, guys. Well, here's the thing, right? If you're in the South, there's a lot of things that if you're a racist, you can make almost anything sound racist. And so I think it's an issue. Well, actually, wait a minute. Why are we even talking about this? Let's move on. Anyway, the point is that if you engage with people like that, you just simply empower them and you get yourself dirty in the process.
Because apparently you already think they said it to begin with, even though it was all mistranslated and misrepresented in the first place. Sure, they may have said some crude things, but you don't understand their culture or the intricacies of their language and how they use colloquialisms and things like that. So you're just applying what you believe onto what they are saying. I'm appalled.
It's another example of a probably upper middle class liberal privileged person in a first world country that is trying to colonize another culture by it's like the best like fictional comparison that like I have to people like this is Dolores Umbridge from Harry Potter. They think that they're doing a good thing and they're right, but they're actually so profoundly fucking wrong and wrong-minded that it's insane. Why liberal? Because conservatives are getting mad about other stupid stuff instead. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're like just stick around for a week. I'll make you mad too, okay?
Ridiculous is what it is. I'm shocked. I don't even really know how to respond to something like this. I think that Western critics and game journalists, not all of them, but some of them, view these Chinese-made games and games made in some other countries as a threat.
They do.
Because these are studios that will not fall in line with whatever
they're not accountable to them. And the thing is that once the Chinese studios show that they're not accountable to these game publishing companies, it will indicate to all of the other companies that are in the West that they too are also not accountable to them. And once that power dynamic that's completely fake, it's imaginary, once that is dissolved, then these companies have no, they like, that's their bargaining power. It's like basically if you say, if I say something and then somebody says they're offended, if I'm worried about offending them, they have control over me. But if I don't care about offending them, then they don't. And so it is in the person's best interest that you care that they care. But the moment that you stop caring is the moment that they stop mattering.
Even if they are in the wrong. Because there are times, and there have been times in the past, where the media was wrong about something, but still wanted and still pressured the studios to do something and say something that otherwise went against it. And that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Still running with the exact same narrative, even though it's already been disproven. What is the point of that?
It's a power dynamic. So one of the, and this is something that's very common inside of any sort of oppressive power structure, one of the most powerful forms of exercising power inside of an oppressive power structure is an unequal or unjust application of that power. And the reason why it works so well is because it proves that the power is not accountable. It proves that it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. And it is a pure and raw explanation of power. And if you want, and this is what I've said before, right? If you want people to not fuck with you, don't be fair, be unfair. Because people can predict fairness, and people aren't afraid of what they can predict. But they are afraid of unfairness because they don't know what's going to happen. And people are more afraid of the unknown than anything that they can predict. Always, always be unpredictable. And I think this is another dynamic of this, is that, and you see countries do this a lot, where like somebody gets put in jail for like a really long time, something that's like super, like for example, Russia with like that basketball player bringing in like, should she be in jail for 1 year? Like, realistically, I think everybody in the Russian government even knows the answer to that is no, it's ridiculous. But they do it because it's power. And that power play goes really fucking hard. That's why it happens. With Musashi, why I'm just talking this from like what I've experienced myself.
Because now we can want it, even though it's been disproven, but we still want you to tell us that you like women. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What is the point of this?
Power play. That's one. It's all about
and
power
even
play.
more so when you're putting out an article talking about the overall feeling of the game, how much you enjoyed the game, and then you have to put something like that in there. Like, we don't know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Trying to spin a narrative around this game to make it feel like, ah, man, you should probably feel bad about playing this game, guys. You should feel bad about it. They're bad people over there. They say mean things on the internet. They say mean things on the internet. How dare they? I think the worst thing possible out of all the things that they said was there was an image of like a snake woman, like a lady that was like, her head was a regular person, but her body was like a snake. It was some like horror creature, and they were like still wood.
Yeah, if you posted that on Twitter, it would get 100,000 likes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, true. Why do I feel bad about playing a game?
Are you serious? What, like, you're not allowed to be human and take part in meat culture? Are you serious?
Yep.
What is this? What, like,
well, these people are, like, I guarantee you, most of these people were losers in high school. They probably didn't have any friends. And they were outcasts. They were probably the kind of girl that, like, you know, their friend group kicks them out in middle school. And so, like, from then on, they, like, have some, like, fucking, you know, they're like a 1,000-piece puzzle with, like, 993 pieces. And, like, they can never fucking find those last 7 pieces, and they're constantly fucking upset about this with a chip on their shoulder. That's what it is. That's the kind of people. Like, these people are profound losers.
Like, thought policing and...
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm so happy that their position was, we're working on the demo right now, and that's the only thing that we want to talk about. Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing that actually matters.
Exactly.
The game matters. What they do outside of that has no impact whatsoever on what consumers actually care about in the first place. Some of these some of these journalists and games media heads wonder why they're losing subscribers, wonder why they're losing readers. Well, it's probably because of the fact you keep putting things in your articles and in these discussions that don't belong there in the first place.
They don't belong there. They're not for the best interest of the user. You remember when jokes were taken as jokes? Well, the reason why they're not taken as jokes anymore is because the people that are the joke police are, like, if you just read their Twitter profiles. I mean, I don't have to call them mentally ill. They celebrate it. Isn't one of the bigger underlying issues that people want you to not separate the art from the creator because people think that J.K. Rowling is a piece of shit and now they can't enjoy Harry Potter? It's dumb. Well, I think that a lot of people do that. And, like, you're always going to have a reason why somebody is going to come up with an excuse for, like, why. Like, Stephen King says a bunch of stupid shit on Twitter. And I actually, like, by the way, like, I looked into what J.K. Rowling said for, like, 3 seconds, and then I thought to myself, why do I care about a UK author's opinion on transgenders? And then I just immediately closed it, and I thought about something that was more important, like boobs.
I originally went to go and read that article
Totally
because it was talking about their first impressions. I was trying to gather a bunch of people's first impressions on the game. Then all of a sudden you want to go off on this tangent on something that was already disproven in the first place? Yeah. What are we doing?
It's a power play.
What is this?
That's all it is.
You know, this isn't the first time we've seen this. The Wizard game. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. Hogwarts Legacy. Game critics and journalists dogpiled this game as hard as they could. Wired.com gave it a 1 out of 10, not because of the gameplay, not because of the aesthetics, but because of the fact that J.K. Rowling had something to do with it, even though the source material and actually had nothing to do with the actual video game. Meanwhile, a slew of other reviewers boycotted even reviewing the game in the first place. Some magazines didn't even post reviews whatsoever.
I don't know any of the streamers for not playing the game because a lot of people got harassed for playing the game, and some people just don't want to get involved. Like, I remember Silvervale got fucking, like, people went crazy on her about her playing the game. But I think that really, this is the way that I look at it, is that I have a very good memory, and I remember the people that that did that kind of stuff, and eventually there will be something that will make them look bad, and I will be making 3 YouTube videos about it, and I will farm it as much as I can, and if possible, I would destroy their career. That's right. That's the way I do things. That's how I handle things. I have got a good memory, and I'm very patient. And if something takes me 5 years, that wasn't too long at all. Yep, I will farm them. Absolutely.
Ever. And many of those that did actually review it still made sure to drop a little.
And I have done this to people before, by the way. I have. I don't like to name names, but there's been people that I have absolutely done this to. And every time that I think back on the fact that their life is irreparably damaged because of me, it makes me so happy. I feel so good, and there is nothing in the world that makes me feel better than that. It's there are very few times in life where you have the opportunity to do the right thing, and in the cases where I do, I like to do it. The sweet feeling of revenge. I love revenge. I do. Absolutely. That's a bad thing to do? No, it's not. The bad thing to do is to allow bad actors to exist without consequences. Yeah, no, no, I don't agree with that.
Mind about J.K. Rowling in the reviews. What are the chances that we see the same thing with Black Myth Wukong? Is it going to suffer the same bad thing not to do? Yeah, regardless of how many people tried to derail Hogwarts Legacy, it ended up being the first title in 15 years to beat Call of Duty in sales. selling 23 million copies in 2023, proving that.
And also, I think another element of this is the fact that all the people that were virtue signaling about not buying the game probably bought it anyway, because you can't, like, big surprise, people can't control themselves with entertainment. That's it. My Chinese wife has an ancient Chinese saying, and it says it's never too late for revenge. Yeah. I love that. That's, you know what? Man, maybe China not so bad after all. Is it more like righteousness than revenge in some ways? I don't like ever thinking of myself as like doing the right thing or helping anybody. It's enough for me to just fuck with somebody that I don't like. Like, I don't want anybody to think that I have like a savior complex. I don't need to be in the right in order to enjoy fucking somebody over. Now, it might make it feel better, maybe a little bit, but I don't need this. That's bullying? You know, depends on who they are.
Issues have no impact whatsoever on what games players want to play and what they want to buy. Back when Activision Blizzard went through their major controversy, the players that were leaving the game weren't leaving because of what happened at the company. They were quitting because the game sucked. And as soon as they came out...
That's a fucking fact. That is a fucking fact. Absolutely. Yeah. People, oh yeah, everybody just happened to quit the game during Corthia. Oh yeah, I'm sure that was because of the sexual harassment lawsuit. Oh yeah. That's the real reason why people stopped playing the game. It was during Shadowlands.
With a new expansion, the vast majority of the players return to the game. I think that there are those in media today that are afraid of losing influence, afraid of games, studios, and publishers that they can't pressure in some way, shape, or form. If the readers aren't listening and the game makers don't listen either, then their relevance is nothing more than a flickering candle in the wind, and they're running out of wind. There is no verifiable proof of game science mistreating their employees. And the only thing that you have to go off of are some jokes that they've made on the internet that any other human would make. Things that you see all of the time. Creating victims out of thin air. What's probably worse for them is the truth that they're coming to realize. Customers only care about the value of the product itself and not how it was made or who it was made by. That's
exactly right. And this is something that everybody that was the fans of AI, or anti-fans of AI, were very unhappy whenever I said this. Very unhappy. Oh, man. Yeah. My phone is made by slaves and I don't care. How many of you guys would rather your phone be made by slaves than pay an extra $100 for it? Me? Yeah.
These niche audiences who actually...
Shut the fuck up. Somebody goes, I pay extra. Fucking stop it. Stop it. Like, listen, like, we have enough, like, there's enough actual fucking drama and, like, negative shit to fucking say about me. We don't have to invent new things. Okay, guys?
Jesus. On morals is useless because likely they don't even exist in the first place, and if they did,
they're circumstantial.
This is another factor that devalues the perspective and the voice of traditional media and reviewers. And I know that there are good professional journalists and reviewers that are out there, but I wish that they were calling public that.
I tried to learn how to do this myself, but I could never figure it out. Yeah, I couldn't do it, like, 'cause it's crazy, I know. It's a stick, yeah, I tried to do it with bamboo, the bamboo would keep breaking.
Stuff out, especially the
skill issue, yeah.
This is only serving to damage their credibility and the credibility of small games media. The lack of independent thought and reasoning within games media today is staggering. It just blows my mind. At this point, I cannot wait for Black Myth Wukong to come out, not because I personally play it, but can't wait to play it, but
Yeah.
just to see the hot takes. Because for how long some of these different articles, journalists, and media sites have been running this headline and running with this narrative, you know they're going to be including that stuff going forward. Still need to ask and find out. Yeah, but you still didn't say that, you know, it doesn't reflect on your community or anything like that. What does that even matter?
What does this? Yeah, what does this have to do with the game? What? What the hell are you talking about the game for? Like, what were we talking about? We talking about the game, bro. Like, what's this got to be? What is this? Games media credibility is already almost gone, though. No, it's been gone. It's just that now people are realizing it. Why is there a huge controversy with every new big game nowadays? Stellar Blade controversy, Elden Ring controversy, etc. Because mediocre losers like to complain when somebody else shows degrees of excellence that they can't even imagine of. It's the same reason why people like to always talk down about new streamers. Guys like Kai that try to reinvent the game, there's always, you've got these little rat crabs fucking try and drag them down. Mr. Beast makes videos. To be fair, some of this stuff was legitimate. But before the actual bad shit came out, think of all those rat crabs. He's taking advantage of blind people, by the way. Those are rat crabs, man. That's it. Somebody tries to work and go above and beyond, and you see every other loser on the internet try to drag them back down. And you want to know why? It's like, if you want to figure out why somebody's doing something, figure out what they get out of it. And what they're getting out of it is that now that they have compartmentalized and rationalized a person's good actions, or it made them feel not as good, now they don't feel as guilty for the fact that they've wasted their entire fucking life complaining about things on the internet that nobody will ever care about. It's all about them. That's the real reason.
And they haven't made a joke,
Misery
or
loves
joke
company.
or anything like that in the past. It's so disingenuous. And that's one of the reasons why the vast majority...
Massively disingenuous, and everybody can see it. The amount of people that project their PTSD from Cyberpunk and think every game will release with shitty performance is crazy. I think that there's a good chance that Black Myth Wukong is going to release with a shitty PTSD. I do. I think there's a very good chance. I think there's going to be a good. And that's just the way it is. Elden Ring released with shitty PC optimization. I don't know. But we'll see what happens.
The people are just completely turned off of reading articles or IGN
For
or
like one
any
day,
of
yeah.
these companies anymore. Because it's so disingenuous.
The world's burning.
It's so...
EVGA had a defect inside the graphics card line, and the problem is actually not the computer. You have to remember that, like with me, I remember every controversy that's ever happened and all the details for it. You're not going to catch me in some fucking bullshit. Try to put your agendas out there. They even took accountability for it.
Companies anymore.
It's
so
sad.
disingenuous.
Hey, every one of mine was
So
EVGA too.
you don't care about any of these things. You're just searching for a headline that you hope will get clicks.
Yep.
That's all it is. Everybody can see it. Everybody knows it. Most of this stuff now, you're just making it up out of thin air. It's just because now it's not only that we didn't find it entertaining, right? So we stopped reading because of that. But now we can't even trust the words that you say because
Never
you're just going to say whatever you want. Hopefully,
Never
try to
could.
get somebody to look at what you're saying. What's funny is, and I should have brought this up, I might end up making another video about this, but recently I just saw that PC Gamer put out an article talking about putting community notes on YouTube videos and how this games writer was talking about how you know how much YouTubers like to lie. Pot calling the kettle black.
YouTubers like to lie. Uh-huh. I guess the lie is... The lie is something that they disagree with. They like clickbait for sure. Yeah, I think clickbait is kind of annoying. For sure, that's some projection there. I think here's really the truth. If you want my hot take, I think everybody misses titles and they get clicks. I think that YouTube does it. I think YouTubers do it. I think streamers do it. I think journalists do it. I think that they all do it. But the difference with a lot of these journalists that work at these publications is that when you watch the actual video, the video itself, unless you're watching Mr. Beast, seems to be authentic. The difference is that the content itself from these articles is not even authentic, right?
None of these journalists seem to keep each other accountable. You guys ever notice that? You see YouTubers all the time. They'll go back and forth. Somebody will say something. They'll hold them honest. They'll make videos on it. Obviously, they can farm it. But you don't often see any of these games journalists ever going after one another for anything. Somebody writes a bad article or they lie about something or misrepresent something. Nobody wants to talk about it. At least not on the professional side. I mean, they could call that professionalism. I could call it dishonest. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Black Myth Wukong. What about you guys?
I really
guys are watching on the video. If you guys did like the video, subscribe to the channel and catch me live on Twitch. If you guys want to play some video games, talk about gaming news, and anyway, stay incredible.
Yeah. There it is. It's why games journalists don't care about games. Games journalists care more about their perspective and like their viewpoints being reinforced by the games more than the games themselves. And I think that a lot of games journalists, they have a very toxic relationship with their audience. And I think this is something that streamers have too, in a lot of cases. And you can see streamers that have this happen, where it's like they have this very antagonistic and standoffish, like, relationship with their audience. And it's so, do you? No, I used to. And I think that really when I talk about a lot of this stuff, I speak from some of it from genuine experience whenever I've had this happen myself. So that's, I think, the case with a lot of people, right? Doesn't surprise me. No one said a review site is gamer focused because there's a market for it. That's obvious. Yeah, I mean, if I had more time, I would probably do something like that. I just don't really have the time for it, right? Used to be a game journalist. I was quoted often in IGN 2005 to 7. It's more problematic with editors changing your scores or pushing you to focus on things. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably a lot worse than what people lead on. It's like protesters and activists. They care about disrupting normal people's lives more rather than the actual issues that they're protesting about. Well, I think that most people, again, in order to understand why they're doing something, it's because of the fact that it makes them feel good. And it makes them feel like they're doing the right thing. There's nothing else to talk about. Living once I had chat room, because chat room is being parasocial, but that's just your brand. I wonder if you actually just hate it. Oh, I actually hate you guys? No, I mean, I think I've spent too much time on stream to just hate you guys. Yeah, no, that's not the case. But, here's really the way that I see it, is that I think that a lot of journalists have a relationship with their audience where it's like they view their audience as like a bunch of primates that they're trying to break through to and like spread the good word of like whatever their agenda is. And they insult the intelligence of their audience tremendously. I think they're patronizing to the audience. And not only that, but I think that they are the worst type of patronizing, which is they are patronizing in a way that is insulting to the intelligence of the audience. They're like, we are better than you, and they do it from like a moral standpoint. And I think that's what really annoys the most people. They're missionaries speaking to savages. Yeah, I think that's basically what happens. They see their audience as babies. Yeah, pretty much like that. Yeah, whereas like for me, like I do think that I have a better insight on a lot of things than other people do. I do. And like I have no problem. Like I'll say, like, for example, you know, like whether it was like that night media thing yesterday. Yes, I think the fact that I've been a top streamer for almost 10 years now, I literally own a company that's a talent management company. I also started another company that worked like that, like OTK, and I've worked with multiple companies like this in the past. I do think that I'm an expert. I do know what I'm talking about, right? I understand this better than almost anybody else. Same with streaming or media or anything else. Like, this is something I'm an expert in, etc. But outside of that, I pretty much just put my opinion out there. That's what I say. You don't come at from a moral standpoint. No. And I'll give you guys a link to this video. I love this video, by the way. This is like, this is my favorite video. Yeah, be open to changing your mind when an argument is good? Yeah, if it's a good argument. Absolutely. Do you have any VTubers on your agency? I think the better question is if we have up to 100 by now. Yeah, if the company is losing money on subs, why don't they just fire the bad journalists and hire good gamers? The reason why is that when your arm gets infected and you have to cut off the arm, there are healthy cells inside of the arm that you have to cut off, but you can't systematically go through and remove every single bad, unhealthy cell. And I think that what happens is that these people have infected these different companies at such a systematic level that it's just simply irreparable. I honestly think that's probably what happened with Blizzard. I do. I'm very concerned about that.
Mr. Beast is currently trying to undergo the biggest cover-up in YouTube history, with alleged cease and desist letters, deleted comments, and character assassination. This comes after ex-Mr. Beast employee Dogpack404, also known as Dawson, uploaded 2 videos accusing Mr. Beast of having a predator on his team, as well as other unethical, fraudulent, and criminal activities. But are these allegations real, or is this all simply a big ploy to smear the reputation of YouTube's most popular creator? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we're going to be diving into the Mr. Beast situation. It goes without saying, but Mr. Beast, aka Jimmy Donaldson, is an extremely popular individual, being the most subscribed YouTuber with a staggering 308 million subscribers. Jimmy built a reputation in the YouTube community for combining acts of extreme generosity with interesting challenges.
Well, I'm a YouTuber, I mean, you can see the camera, and so it's a series where I just, you know, be nice and just give people some help, so it's about $10,000. I'm not.
Unfortunately, Jimmy's YouTube empire has recently come under fire following the release of several damning allegations regarding him and his best friend Chris Tyson. On one hand, Chris is facing backlash for alleged inappropriate interactions with minors on a Discord server, which I've already uploaded a full video talking about. On the other hand, Jimmy is being accused of faking key elements of his videos and profiting off fans through shady tactics like illegal lotteries. The majority of the accusations leveled against Jimmy would come from one of his former employees, Dogpack404. On the 24th of July 2024, Dogpack uploaded a video titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast, he's a fraud," which started with the claim that Jimmy was deliberately manipulating the psychology of young viewers and had been rigging certain portions of his videos.
Hi, I wanted to provide some context to the video. I'm a former Mr. Beast employee, and today I am alleging that the company rigged videos and did illegal lotteries and sold fake signatures. I would consider that fraud, okay? Thank you, enjoy the video.
Dawson continued the video by outlining steps of how the Mr. Beast brand was using reward-based psychology to get young viewers to act in a certain manner.
Now, Mr. Beast intentionally manipulates these children's vulnerable minds for profit using 3 simple steps, which closely align with the 3 major types of behavioral learning. Step 1 is getting the viewer to associate the brand with trust and authority. Mr. Beast videos are real, and he's a great guy that gives away big rewards to his loyal followers. I will show you irrefutable evidence in a minute that his videos are in fact fake. Step 2 is showing the viewers that when people interact with Mr. Beast in a way that benefits Mr. Beast, when they do what he tells them to do, they win big rewards.
Following this, Dogpack pointed out several inconsistencies and rigged scenarios in a number of Jimmy's previous videos.
Also, if what we had to film was scripted, you know, because what we do is not scripted, so you have to plan for a bunch of variables that you can't control, blah, blah. If what we did was scripted, holy shit, this stuff would be easy to pump out.
Have you ever faked a video?
No. But this train track is CGI, these bus wheels are CGI, this explosion is fake, Shredder is CGI, this car is digitally lifted, this pit is fake, this guy is fake, this raccoon is a paid actor, this island costs more than $1, this city is not abandoned, these buildings are CGI, but it's not your only way out. You can literally get an Uber to the airport for $20. That's not a lurker, it's just a guy. This whole room is fake, this contestant is an actor and a secret employee at Mr. Beast. They had him sat through this fake door twice, this line is scripted, this action is scripted. In fact, pretty much all the videos with Mac are scripted.
Including some extra touches to a challenge video in post-production was one thing, but outright influencing the outcome of said challenge or contest was a completely different story.
Okay, so Mr. Beast fabricates some contestant dialogue and timers and movements and storylines and uses a bunch of shitty CGI, but who really cares? I mean, the videos are just for entertainment only, right? I mean, it's not like he's ever rigged the results of a challenge. That would be impossible because he films with hundreds of random subscribers, right? Wrong. Let's look at this video. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend. So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to Mr. Beast, and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees, or just the employees themselves.
In addition to this, Dogpack shared a message from another former employee who claimed that the Mr. Beast crew decided to rig the contest to avoid a PR problem.
According to a former Mr. Beast employee, it would have been a PR problem if the boys had won by a lot. And because so many of the female contestants were Mr. Beast employees who got out immediately, production stepped in to actually make the results of the challenge closer. You can actually see some of this happen on camera, like when Jimmy pays one of the boys $10,000 to leave, which is twice as much as the actual prize money. but doesn't make the same offer to the girls.
The boys are blowing you out of the water. I paid the one guy who knew how to solve them to leave. Now if you don't win, that was all for nothing.
At another point, he gives the girls a camera drone so they would have been able to see how many boys were left. It doesn't work out, but seeing how much they're willing to help them on camera, I'm willing to believe that they did, in fact, help them off camera.
The authenticity of Mr. Beast's videos wasn't the only thing being called into question, as Dogpack also presented allegations of him exploiting young viewers through illegal lotteries and other dubious marketing tactics.
So now that I've explained some of the ways that Mr. Beast lies to build trust with his audience, I want to go on to explain how he exploits that trust for profit through running illegal lotteries, selling fake signatures, giving children diabetes, and more.
It's worth noting that, at least in the US, it's illegal for anyone besides the government to hold a lottery. The textbook definition of a lottery is anything that includes the opportunity or chance to win a valuable prize and requires a form of payment to enter. A typical giveaway would have to eliminate any barrier to entry or monetary requirement to be considered legal. According to Dogpack, Mr. Beast used giveaways to incentivize young viewers into buying more of his merch and other projects.
Of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, we're celebrating 40 million subscribers with a really big video, then we will sign that shirt and some of them will get random prizes like this. In 10 minutes, right, because we gotta give them time to do their cart, we'll give 2 orders $500 each. 5 minutes, someone's getting $3 grand in their order. In 5 minutes, we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna put $1,000 in a random order. 2 minutes, newest order gets $2,000. Good luck, everybody.
So this was a 6-hour live stream. They took it down off YouTube, but 5 hours of it are still up on their Facebook page. And during those 5 hours, I counted 46 illegal lotteries.
Jimmy would claim that he'd include something with the most recent orders, and that he was giving away too many prizes to make a profit, something that Dogpack alleged wasn't possible.
We need to stop giving everyone something. Like almost everything that someone's bought, we put something in their package. I'm not gonna make money.
In 5 hours, they gave away about $50,000 worth of stuff and sold over 50,000 t-shirts. Selling these t-shirts at $42 each, profit margin would be about $22. But even if they were making like $1 per shirt, they would still be fine. Also, by my estimates, only 1 in every 1,600 orders actually won a prize. And I guarantee he has real-time analytics on his laptop. He knows they make more money every time he says, "Oh my God, guys, we're giving away so much stuff. We're not even gonna make a profit. Please, don't you want me to make a profit?"
The giveaway stream was seemingly not an isolated incident, as Mr. Beast repeated the strategy multiple times on a much larger scale.
4 months later, Mr. Beast signed shirts again, but this time it was a 24-hour live stream with way more illegal lotteries. And by the way, the rest of these streams were taken down shortly after upload, so all I have is some old clips and Reddit threads talking about them. Now this stream did say, "We are doing a ton of giveaways, no purchase necessary," in the description. But to be eligible to win most prizes, you had to make a purchase.
Would you guys prefer, that we throw money in random orders or that we throw items in random orders?
Somebody screamed in chat, "I want to switch." Buy a shirt.
In 30 minutes, we are giving away my car to someone that buys merch.
Dogpack also stated that there were other aspects to the stream that was misleading, such as Mr. Beast not even signing some of the t-shirts himself.
It does say this limited tee signed by Mr. Beast and crew, but the description says it's signed by a member of the Mr. Beast crew. And it doesn't say anywhere that other members will sign MB, deceiving people into believing it was signed by Mr. Beast. So here's a clip of Tyler forging, maybe not forging, using Mr. Beast's signature. So Tyler signs MB, which is Mr. Beast's signature, then he covers it, signs his own initials, TC, smirks, looks around, and then quickly slides the shirt away. Could you make it any more obvious?
If these weren't already signs that Mr. Beast was open to exposing his young audience to gambling, he almost worked with the predatory sponsor, Mystery Box.
It was about 3 years or 2.5 years ago when I started working with Jimmy. What was becoming really popular were these like mystery recreate like internet sites where it's basically like CSGO. Where you go on and be like, here's this.
Yeah, didn't Ricegum did quite a few people. Yes, yeah.
They got a lot of hate for that. Jimmy was, he wanted to work with that company when he heard about it because there was a lot of money and he wanted to give that money away in a video, and I had to talk him back on it. I was like, listen, we're not promoting gambling. I think people are going to see this negatively. So there's a long conversation that him and I had to have, which eventually we passed on the deal, and then Jake Paul and RiceGum ended up doing that deal and got a lot of hate for it.
Dogpack continued by alleging other MrBeast products, such as Feastables, had gambling-adjacent elements, because they included the chance of getting a ticket that could be redeemed for other prizes.
My manager literally said at one point that they wanted to associate buying a Feastables with your dream coming true. So they're pitching ideas like, you know, buy a Feastables, win 10K, buy a Feastables out of a vending machine, and the vending machine just starts spitting out money. Buy a Feastables and it has a ticket to Disney World, whatever, right? And I don't want to put a lot of like hearsay into this video. You should just believe the receipts that I'm showing you and not what I'm saying. But I swear to God, I said to somebody at the company, I feel like Feastables is 70% a chocolate company and 30% a lottery targeting children. And this higher up person at MrBeast said it was probably closer to the other way around and was laughing about it. Like 70% a lottery, 30% a chocolate company.
However, Dogpack would acknowledge that MrBeast had a no purchase necessary clause in some of their promotional material.
The only place you'll find no purchase necessary is either on the Feastables Twitter account because it's a rule of the platform, and even still they try to push it. No perched neck, or hidden deep in the Feastables website under a FAQ. And to enter for free, you have to mail in separate 3" by 5" hand-drawn written index cards, up to 10 a day. Do you think kids are gonna do that shit or just beg their parents when they're at Walmart for the YouTuber diabetes lottery ticket? How is this legal? How do you mail something without making a purchase?
It was apparent that MrBeast was willing to employ some legally grey marketing tactics to boost product sales, but sadly, this wouldn't be the only time he utilized shady means to get what he wanted. The expose video posted by Dogpack would go on to garner over 11 million views within just 2 weeks of being public, and received an extremely positive reception from viewers, with over 627,000 likes, and supportive comments from viewers stating, "If this video mysteriously disappears, I've downloaded a copy." This comment serves as my confirmation that this video once existed. Bro just exposed the biggest YouTuber ever, followed by 300 million plus people. That's a hell of an achievement. As well as, YouTube should be held accountable for pumping millions for these shady operators to keep exploiting kids. However, as you'd imagine, the response from MrBeast was not so kind, with a member of the MrBeast team coming forward to debunk some of Dogpack's claims, with a tweet from user Chucky stating, "I want to quickly debunk some of the info in this video, since the guy who made it was on my team. It was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month, and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentions to have knowledge on. There's so much in his video, and I want to specifically address him saying our videos are fake and staged, because this is not true. I was on the set for many of these videos. You won't get into a video unless your family or friends is someone that works at MrBeast. This is a wild statement that can be easily proven wrong. There's probably hundreds or thousands of people who have no affiliation to friends or family of MrBeast's employees. Think the 456 people in Squid Game, or ages 1 to 100, etc. Jimmy doesn't know more than like a dozen people, lol. The train track was CGI, the bus was a CGI, the pit is fake. He acts like he's exposing us for using CGI to make backgrounds look cool, when we have done multiple public behind the scenes videos with So Crispy showcasing this. It's clearly not a secret. On top of that, we did drive buses in that pit, and same with the train you claim we didn't. The raccoon was a paid actor. I don't even know what to say about this. Clearly not an actor, lol. Island cost more than $1. Not true. We did pay $1 for this island. You can Google MrBeast purchases Outer Banks Island for $1, which stated this before the video was released. He moved into a mansion 2 months before being in a video, $1 million mansion. He talks about how 2 months before we filmed the first Mac video that he moved into a mansion. Mac was staying at a friend's house, and I'm not sure how that proves anything or why it's relevant. The wink was added in post. Bruh, he really did wink. This is a flat out lie again. The revenge storyline was added in post. He implies 42 and 58 was scripted and not real. The contestants themselves have talked about this on streams they did after the video. They legit didn't like each other. He also claimed 58 was on the far opposite side and didn't hear him. Just because he was on the other side of the room, you don't think 58 heard him yell? How on earth would he know? Not only were the results for this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers. He claims that 100 boys vs 100 girls video is scripted, and the proof is a random text saying it is. That's it. It was not scripted. Jimmy probably had countless people on set for that video, and it would have been impossible to hide. This video was not scripted. I was on set for this, and there was no bias for who won. He also implies the video is fake because we had some employees in each team. The employees in the video were there to fill in for people who tested positive for COVID last minute before filming. Thea, Jimmy's GF, mentioned this on the podcast over a year ago. If it wasn't for COVID, they would not have been in it. They had the same money on the line as everyone else. Some random text of someone thinking it was rigged doesn't mean it's rigged, lol. Also, I think some of the Mr. Beast giveaways are fake. We do not fake giveaways. I've been hands-on with some of them, and I've personally been the person to connect winners with our accounting department to get paid. You also suggested we didn't spend $1 million on Samsung phones, and I can assure you we did. Another lie from you. The Mr. Beast employee would then go on to attempt to present Dogpack as an unreliable source of information by stating he claimed he was under the influence of mushrooms when filming the video. I could keep going on, but I don't want it to be this long. Dawson himself said on Reddit that he was on shrooms and weed when filming this video, which might explain some of the made-up stuff. Dawson was only employed from March 25th, 2024, and was let go on April 19th, 2024. He was on a 90-day trial, and we ended it early and paid him out to June 25th, as we guaranteed the 90 days of pay so that he could transition into a new job. I'd appreciate it if everyone reading this could help dispel all this fake rumors by spreading this info. Jimmy spends unfathomable amounts of money and time to ensure the integrity of what he does, and I hate to see it come into question with a bunch of lies. Dawson, if you leave this up, then you're a hypocrite. With accusations of lies, fake evidence, and creating a baseless hit piece, it wouldn't be long before Dawson would respond in the comments, defending his original video, stating, "Debunking your debunking. Good character assassination attempt. You leave out my unpaid trial period and also my time working for Idea Guys, a company for which Mr. Beast is a client. The founder of Idea Guys also had to get permission from Mr. Beast to hire me, so Weed You Guys didn't tell him I was the man. Also, weed and shrimp are the obvious goal. You know more than like a dozen people. You expect people to believe this? How many people do his employees know? Who is the contestant in the Train vs. Pit? How about Lambo vs. Shredder? How did Ava's cousin Justin get into the Chocolate Factory video? Or Della vlogs? CGI is clearly not a secret at all. So when Jimmy was accused of using too much CGI in Train vs. Pit, why did he deny it on Twitter? The raccoon was a paid actor. Bro, you expect people to believe this people are getting actual from your own social island. The transfer fee was $1, and the company also paid $27 in tax and fees for the property. Also, you leased it back to the owner for $0. $1 plus $27 equals $28. This wink was added in post. It was. Compare that wink to the other contestants' winks in other scenes, or none of his TikToks. His mouth always partially opens. Here, that doesn't happen, because in the original footage, it was a blink, altered to match the false revenge narrative. Interesting how he didn't mention altering the timers or contestant dialogue in post. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers. You acknowledge that the contestants were not random subscribers, but refuse to acknowledge the clear rigging that can be seen multiple times on camera. Please watch Upper Echelon's video analyzing the case law regarding this rigging. Also, I've now heard from multiple people on the boys team that they were fed much later than the girls, and that the production team was clearly favoring the girls. Days later, on the 1st of August 2024, Dogback would reveal that he received a cease and desist letter from Mr. Beast, demanding that he would immediately take down the video, delete his Reddit, and not spread any more information relating to Mr. Beast. Dogpack seemingly had no fear for the cease and desist letter, as the video would remain up, and he would tease a second edition, which would supposedly expose Mr. Beast even further. Amazing YouTuber Oompaville would publish a video on the 2nd of August 2024 interviewing Dogpack, where he would reveal more details surrounding Mr. Beast, with new allegations of mistreating animals during filming.
Dude, the raccoon, in reality, it's much worse than being a paid actor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a domestic raccoon that they brought to the set, and they're like sort of treating it like a prop. They're putting it in the ceiling and then pretending like, you know, they just discovered it.
Yeah, exactly.
But then there's a scene where somebody off camera takes the raccoon and like throws it onto the bed, and I'm sure you can pull this clip up. The edit is very strange because there's a zoom in and pan up, so it like hides the fact that the raccoon is going on the bed, but what it's really doing is hiding the fact that someone's throwing the raccoon. And then there's a voiceover in post of Jimmy saying, "Oh man, the raccoon just ran in the hotel," or whatever, and they're like screaming at it and shit. So it's like almost, I wouldn't say animal abuse, but like it's kind of borderline mistreatment when you're just like using it as a prop and then scaring it for no reason.
Dogpack would also address his Mr. Beast non-disclosure agreement, claiming he didn't break it despite posting the video.
Actually, people think that I broke my NDA, but like 90% of that video is public information, and like the other 10% is crimes. It was pretty decently strategic. I don't think they would have a case.
When discussing the cease and desist letter, Dogpack seemed unusually calm and collected about it.
How do you feel about that? Do you feel nervous, or do you feel excited? feel excited. A little nervous. A little bit. You gotta feel a little. I would be shitting myself if that way.
No.
Well, you were
because it was 100% expected. It was 100% expected.
Right. I mean, to be honest, it's cool to be nervous, not scared though, because like you are coming from the perspective of this is what you believe is truth, and you're doing this out of good faith. Like it doesn't.
Dogpack would also bring up new evidence potentially linking Chris Tyson into the alleged fake giveaways.
I do have new evidence of like potentially another legitimate crime, which is that I talked about the golden ticket giveaway for the Willy Wonka video and how one of those tickets went to a YouTuber called Della Vlogs. There was another former employee DM'd me on Twitter, and he told me that there's another contestant in that video who his name is Justin, and he's Chris Tyson's cousin. If they have some explanation, like maybe the contestant dropped out or something and they replaced him with him, then it could be fine. But like in a sweepstakes, if he actually won a golden ticket, which is what the employee is telling me, then that's completely illegal because you have to disqualify your family members.
With no signs of Dogpack backing down or removing the video, Mr. Beast would allegedly send him another cease and desist, reading, "Dear Mr. Dogpack 404, this firm has recently been retained by Mr. Beast YouTube LLC and its founder, Jimmy Donaldson, regarding the unsettling news that you have embarked on a campaign to disparage Mr. Beast as a company and defame Jimmy Donaldson as an individual. Not only are your statements about Mr. Beast and Jimmy Donaldson untrue, they also violate the clear binding, enforceable terms of your confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement with Mr. Beast, dated on March 25th, 2024. Along with the cease and desist, Dogpack would post a tweet indicating Mr. Beast may have been using intimidation techniques to scare him into silence, with a tweet reading, "Also, my number got leaked, apparently from a Mr. Beast employee named Kaylee. I've been getting texts from former Mr. Beast employees. A text I received last night claims that James wants to have private investigators start following me and looking into my family's social media accounts to find ways to discredit me. Apparently the best narrative they have right now is that I'm a crazy drug-addicted Mr. Beast superfan that got fired for trying to steal company funds. If this text is true, I will say, Mr. Beast, if you want to resort to personal attacks, I'm happy to reciprocate. Or, just address the evidence." With a tweet containing screenshots displaying the text reading, "Dude, has anyone at Mr. Beast contacted you about the posts you're making? I've been reading the NDA over to see what I can and can't post, because I'd like to move on with my life and try having some type of social media presence, not planning on ever mentioning worked at Mr. Beast, but if it got out or I somehow accidentally mentioned it, I wanted to make sure I wasn't gonna get sued to hell. Also, if you're going to post my message for proof you worked at Beast, I don't care, just don't show my number and you can save it how you want. Also, I got your number from Kaylee. I don't have access to anything Beast, like Slack or anything. Obviously I'm not a Beast employee, I'm a former employee. Someone else I knew told me they texted you on Reddit talking about Kaylee and Leroy. I'm not that person and I won't mention any current or former Mr. Beast employees because of an NDA." As well as another message which was much more disturbing, reading, "Dawson, I'm texting you anonymously to let you know that I heard James wants to have private investigators start following you and looking into every detail of your life. He wants them to reach out to your former employers, find all your social media accounts, your family's social media accounts, videos of you, anything. They already have a Google Doc listing possible ways to discredit you, including you're on drugs and have mental health problems, your mum is bipolar, you were an obsessed superfan, you were crying begging to get your job back after they fired you tried stealing company funds, etc. I don't know what's true and what's not, but personally, I really think you should just take everything down ASAP. If you take it down, they'll leave you alone," with Dawson responding saying, "You're trolling. What?" The tweet also contained a screen recording displaying some of the strange and deranged messages. Following this, Dawson would also address the substance use allegations to make it clear that he was sober when recording the video. With everyone waiting to hear Mr. Beast's potential response, on the 4th of August 2024, he would upload a video titled "Survive 100 Days in Nuclear Bunker, Win $500,000. With the video not mentioning the recent controversy at all, viewers would flock to the comment section to express their thoughts on the allegations. However, whenever viewers seemed to leave a negative or critical comment, it would seemingly instantly disappear, with several tweets being posted showing how fast they were being censored. This led many users to suspect the Mr. Beast team was deliberately censoring negative comments. Over time, YouTube creators like Upper Echelon would conduct in-depth analysis into how and why the comment section was being altered and made some very shocking observations.
This right here is the 36-hour period of time where the comment section of that latest video was scraped repeatedly and archived. Green is the total number of comments posted. Red is the total number of comments allowed to remain on the video active. Over that one single 36-hour period from August 4th to midway through August 5th, over 26,000 comments were deleted at a consistent rate, as well as in 2 very large major batches. In addition, we can infer a couple of things from this graph, such as the usage of automatic filters, which would explain why the rate of new comments very suddenly drops off a cliff, also corroborated by showcasing the number of comments containing certain keywords over time.
Since viewers couldn't leave critical comments, they'd simply dislike the video, which resulted in an estimated 2 million dislikes compared to just 4 million likes. But we'll talk about that again later. As you'd expect, MrBeast attempted to discredit this information by claiming there were only 37,000 dislikes on the video within the first few hours of release.
Keemstar, after deleting a post about how many dislikes the video had received, allegedly showing footage directly from MrBeast about the real numbers. This footage, apparently from August 3rd to 4th, showed 3 million likes but only 37,000 dislikes, which is actually lower than the entire channel average if you look at the typical ratio of 98.2 versus 98.8%. Keemstar firmly asserts that he was not lied to, he was not misled, and that he believes these numbers are fully accurate. But I would like to assert, in my opinion, that these numbers are in no way, shape, or form even close to accurate, especially when you consider and understand the full scope of what's going on behind the scenes.
Altering comments and obscuring dislikes was only the tip of the iceberg, as MrBeast and his team allegedly had gone back to edit out portions of previous videos to control the narrative.
What's even more interesting is that if you go to an archived version of this video, you'll see that the length is 12 minutes and 48 seconds. However, the current version on the MrBeast channel is 10 minutes and 26 seconds. Here's why. At roughly 9 minutes and 30 seconds in, as stated in the comments that were mass deleted, a portion of this video was cut out that showed the team in a living room, and on the wall, sure enough, is a Shadman poster. The same poster that Ava Chris Tyson bragged about making a centerpiece of the living room. MrBeast went back to a video from 6 years ago. He deleted an entire month of comments, as well as stealth edited a portion of the video out to hide things.
By the 8th of August 2024, Dogpack uploaded the sequel to his initial expose video on MrBeast, which brought forward even more damning allegations.
So just before I get into my interrogation with former MrBeast employee Jake Weddle, a lot has happened since my last video. After posting it, I got hundreds of messages from former MrBeast employees, and I had them all send proof of former employment. You know, just people showing their support or telling their stories of you know, fake videos or unsafe practices, you know, toxic workplace, stuff like that.
Dogpack would also claim MrBeast was very aware of the current controversy and was planning to release a statement, but held back to see what else would be made public.
And also I have more serious allegations that I want to start covering. Also, I heard from a very credible source that MrBeast has been sitting on a response to part 1 because he was worried if he posted it, I would instantly respond with part 2, you know, like this is Kids Bop, Kendrick Lamar vs. Drake. Also, I know MrBeast's secret CEO has been practically harassing my people on, you know, hey, what's in part 2? What does he know? So I will just tell you, James, what will be in part 3, so you don't have to harass my people. It will be about serious allegations of sexual misconduct in the company and your direct involvement in covering up those crimes. And I'll make sure to give you full credit and plaster your face all over the screen when we talk about that.
While Dogpack wasn't able to discuss what happened with other MrBeast employees, he managed to interview a former employee named Jake Weddle, who knew what MrBeast was like behind closed doors.
So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle, I chose to interview him because I thought he was perfect because he was both on camera and behind the scenes in 2019 and 2020. And also, what people don't know is that he came back in 2021 to be the sole contestant of a MrBeast video, which never got uploaded because it went very badly. He also knows about another portable document format who was working at MrBeast while actually on the registry. And I'll get more into that story at the end of the video.
At the start of the interview, Jake stated that he'd been featured in several challenges, and that he was part of the MrBeast team long enough to witness their transformation from a small channel to a media giant.
I'm Jake Weddle. Most people who, if you know me from MrBeast, I'm a deep cut. I'm in a few of the videos, sometimes maybe purposefully kept to the shadows a little bit. I'm in the cutting room floor a lot of the time. But I've been in some videos, I've worked on a lot of them. I was there from 2019 to 2020, 2021-ish when I came back and did some more. I was there when they were authentic, and then I saw the transition to what I feel like is a company. It's like a TV show now. It went from YouTube, the guy with the camera, to
spammable.
They continued by highlighting toxic patterns of work culture, like employees being forced to stay on Mr. Beast's good side to avoid being mistreated, and Mr. Beast's extremely controlling attitude.
The culture around there was very unspoken, but there was a vibe. There was half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half. And these people got random bonuses and we usually moved up, had more screen time. And then there was people who, if you had a disagreement or butt heads with Jimmy or just you didn't like him, you know, you were the other half. And I consistently was in the half that Jimmy did. Jimmy didn't like me. That's fine. I don't like him either. It's okay. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't like Jimmy. I hate him so much. He didn't want anyone to get more popular or have more of a way out necessarily. Oh, I'm gonna do a Twitch thing on the side. Don't do that. You can get famous and leave and talk about me next. And I could tell that the yes men were, you know, doing well. And I was, you know, disgruntled for quite some time. So I talked to reporters, right? Like publicly. And I've always had to choose my words very, very carefully because I don't want to say anything I don't stand behind, obviously. So I used to talk to people. I used to blame Jimmy publicly for things I do genuinely think are true. But then it's like, well, how can we just like with the words? Well, we wanted to do it.
Things were allegedly so toxic that Jake and one of his co-workers were fired for simply asking for better compensation.
I feel really guilty about the way it just like shook out. Yeah, I was talking to this other writer, Mike, it's fucked up, you know, that's how the pay is, and I want you to get paid more, you know, because you deserve to get paid more. You know, I don't have a kid. And he didn't want to rock the boat. He desperately didn't want to rock the boat. He's just, I like my job. I like, you know, because when you grow up with, you know, nothing, not to say that he did, but I know I did, you know. You get a little something, you don't want to lose it. So he didn't want to rock the boat. But he said, hey man, if that's how you feel, you know, like if that's like, I trust you. He stood with me. He went to that meeting with me. And I said my piece and he backed me up. I said, I need X, Y, Z or I'm out of here. And they said, bet. And they gave me a severance check the next day. And they gave him a severance check the next day. And if I knew...
From Jake's perspective, Mr. Beast's generosity is extended to his workers, but it's only shown to people who can thank him on camera.
I think Jimmy wants to be the best YouTuber. I think he is laser focused on one goal. And I think whatever he has to do to achieve that goal, he'll do. And I think it was the smartest decision for him that he calculated, because he's very good with numbers. If I donate to charity, people can't say I'm shitty.
While he didn't work for Mr. Beast anymore, Jake still had the chance to be part of certain videos. However, one challenge in particular didn't go as planned and cost Jake much more than a paycheck.
If I did do mini challenges in that I got paid, I was, you know, clocked in with a rate, and I would get paid and compensated for those. But there was one video I was in, I got paid a lot for it, but it didn't come out. It didn't come out because it didn't go well. There was a video that came out probably like a year ago, something like that. It got a lot of hot water when it came out. It was the surviving like $10,000 every day you survive in solitary or surviving solitary for whatever. It was like one of those solitary confinement videos that got a lot of media attention because everybody saw the premise and thought, what? You shouldn't do that. And if people don't know, that was the second attempt. The first attempt was on me, and it didn't go well.
According to Jake, Mr. Beast's team offered him a challenge lasting 100 days in solitary confinement, getting paid $10,000 per day. Despite the inherent risk associated with extended solitary confinement, Mr. Beast's team assured that it would be a fun experience and that proper safety measures were already in place.
They're pitching it like at first it's gonna be like a luxury vacation. You're gonna have like a hot tub and an ice cream machine, and like part of the video is gonna be you deciding like, man, what items am I gonna get rid of, you know, today? And they had like the choice. They were like, it's only gonna be bad for the last like 5 days tops. And you have like nothing left. You're the first, it's gonna be like a breeze for most of it. And by the end of it, after 30 days, you're gonna get $300,000 because it's $10,000 a day. And I don't know, man. I grew up in Fort North Carolina. I said, excuse me? I'll dance for you if you put that kind of money in my face, sure. You're gonna be locked in this room, and we gotta make sure you're on all the time. We're gonna have cameras on you all the time, and you're perfect for this, because you never shut the fuck up.
Unfortunately, things wouldn't go to plan, and Jake was left to deal with the consequences.
And it got to a point where, like, they weren't turning the lights off. You know, I asked them, I said, can we like have like nighttime hours? You know? And they said no, because it would fuck up the time-lapse shots. The time-lapse of what? Me sleeping? Or me not sleeping? Yeah, I saw in other videos they did like, oh, you're gonna get XYZ hours of sunlight. Oh, great! Why did I have to figure that one out? I didn't have it.
Even though Jake was battling sleep deprivation, an uncomfortable living environment, and exhaustion, allegedly, Mr. Beast was only concerned with getting a clip of how grateful he was to finally be able to pay his student loans.
Jimmy would come in, like, every other day for like an hour, you know, to check in on me because he's doing other stuff. You know, I'm just the guy in the cage over here. He'll come back to me in a minute. And so he'd come by, he'd get the shots, he'd leave. Sometimes he'd have a note with the director over the phone. That would really piss me off. This is the note I got from the director, from Jimmy, when I'm receiving some cash. He said, Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans? You know how hard it was to do a take of that? And pretend to make it genuine?
The alleged damage done to Jake's mental health would become so apparent that even editors took note and were extremely concerned about his well-being.
I'm locked in a cage at his whim. And I have to do things to get the cash I need to live. And I got these cameras on me all the time. And I was unwell. I had editors coming up to me saying, "You good, bud?" And I was like, "Yeah, boy." They're clearly unwell. And he goes, well, because the footage you're sending in is haunting. Because I'm trying to be funny, but I am mentally decaying, so I'm doing bits. Someone said there is a horror cut of a video of this.
Sadly, this allegedly wasn't enough for Mr. Beast to care, and told Jake to get ready to run a marathon.
And he comes in, he wakes me up. And he goes, ask me why I have a briefcase. And I'm like, what do you have a briefcase? And he goes, oh, because this one's for today, you know, and this one's for the challenge. And I go, what's the challenge today? He goes, you're gonna run a marathon. You're gonna do the 22.6K, whatever it is. And you're gonna do it on that treadmill over there.
Feeling pressured to keep the production going and not wanting to lose prize money, Jake gave in to Mr. Beast's demands and got on the treadmill.
And so I wanted to be a good sport, and I wanted to get the boost, and I wanted the cash, and so I started running at 12. I was able to take some breaks, and I asked him, how long do I have? He goes, until I get back. And I'm running until 3 a.m. I got off the treadmill. Oh, the blisters I had on my feet were like, you wouldn't believe, just all over, just these big red. I couldn't walk. My muscles were like just the lactic acid. I got off the treadmill, and then the people that came in to like ice my feet, you know, make sure I was good. Then that's when I was like, I'm done. I can't. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out.
While Mr. Beast agreed to let him end the challenge early, he didn't let Jake go without making sure he wouldn't take legal action.
Then everybody was around me, making sure I was good, making sure I was okay. But Jimmy was like, he was sitting in the chair, turned around like an evil villain. Swear to God, everyone was looking at me, and he was like Lex Luthor over there. He turns around, he stands up. He does the exact same thing when he's pretending to have a human connection, as if rehearsed by his lawyers. Yeah, you know, your mental health's the most important thing. You know, just want to make sure you're okay. And the last thing we want you to do is. I can almost hear the word Sue come out of his mouth. The S. She just stopped right before it got out.
If Jake's statements are true, then it's apparent that Mr. Beast is almost always hyper-fixated on the goal of making a good video, and seemingly doesn't care about what he has to do to get there. This train of thought was only supported by the company's alleged stance on being told no when trying to film a video.
When dealing with people outside Mr. Beast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside of, and you can call the local Dollar Tree, and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees and see if they are fans or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social. If If all admins are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees, because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. Basically what I'm trying to convey is what we call pushing through no. Don't stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted.
When the topic of Ava Tyson's situation came up, Jake shared some rumors about a PDF working at the company.
Was covering stuff up. He didn't want stuff to come out. You know, he's very careful about his image.